really isn't.
And is there a debate on that?
There is certainly a debate on that. There is.
And is that because death is an intended result or an expected result?
I think that one of the problems of the doctrine of the double effect is it's also kind of overly simplistic, a way it tries to kind of explain the problem. But yes, at the end of life where death is expected, it's arguable that it may not strictly apply.
Okay. And has it been argued that it applies in the dosage, in the use of opioids?
The struggle with the doctrine of the double effect is this idea that when something is done, there can be two effects. One effect is positive and one effect is negative. And if the positive effect exceeds the negative effect, and the positive effect is the intended effect, then according to this doctrine, it's okay to do it. So I think that the doctrine of the double effect, though, of course, doesn't say anything about specific dosages or specific drugs. It's just really, it's a broad idea that's, an old idea, but that's basically what it is.
Is it also utilized in the context of the pain being the bad?
Yes, so, I think that pain, when people think about the doctrine of the double effect, classically, it's the idea of having two effects that are present. And so one way to configure it would be that the desired effect is to relieve pain, and the undesired effect would be that pain would remain. And so it would be, again, one is seeking, I suppose, the positive effect, which is to relieve pain, but understanding that the negative effect might be that pain is not relieved. Again, it's a very broad kind of concept that I think probably oversimplifies, really what is actually happening around these kinds of conversations at the end of life.
Is it fair to say that it's utilized in lots of medical peer-reviewed literature?
People, we always are trying to kind of do, basically it actually is kind of suggested in basic bioethical conduct, okay? And so there's something in bioethics which is called, which is described as 4 principles, okay? The 4 principles of bioethics. And these things go like this. The first principle is to do no harm. And we call that, the fancier name for that is the principle of non-maleficence, okay? Number 2 is the principle that is to do good. And that's one's called beneficence. And then there are 2 others. Number 3 is the principle of autonomy, that a patient has a right to kind of rule themselves. And number 4 is something called social justice or distributive justice, which is basically a fancy name for rationing. So in the first 2 principles, non-maleficence and beneficence, it kind of sets itself up as a doctrine of the double effect kind of idea. So as a doctor, I might do things to patients all the time that might be painful. So for example, vaccination. Okay, a vaccination hurts, or a needle hurts. That's the effect. But of course, and that effect arguably might seem to be maleficent. It's causing pain. It's not non-maleficent, so it hurts. But the on the opposite of that would be beneficence, that I'm doing something that's painful for the sake of doing something that's better, which is to get you well. And so that kind of dichotomy is always present, really fundamentally in medical practice, that doctors sometimes have to do things that are difficult and painful for people because they appreciate that the final effect, the better effect, will be that they would get better.
So is that kind of like, for example, in a scenario where CPR is given, ribs are broken, that punctures someone's lungs, and they could die?
Well, sure that, CPR CPR stands for cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It's kind of a broad term.
But I mean, as it relates to the double effect.
Yeah, so you're certainly doing something that's painful to someone, but you're doing it because you're seeking a different effect, a better effect, a beneficial effect, recognizing there's going to be some pain in what you do.
On paragraph 19 of your report, it states the use of opioids to reduce pain and dying are justified under the bioethical concept known as the doctrine of double effect. How does that relate to palliative care specifically?
I think that palliative care specifically does not seek ever to end a person's life. It's a bright line that distinguishes between seeking death, which would be something like euthanasia, versus controlling symptoms. And palliative care, understands which side of the line it is on. It is not on the side of the line that would ever advocate doing something that specifically is intended to end someone's life. So palliative care is really all fundamentally about the control of unpleasant symptoms, around the time of dying, and that's really what it's concerned with primarily.
Okay. Now, when I want to talk a little bit about hastening death. Does removal of a terminal patient who is actively dying, does the removal of them from a ventilator hasten death?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Does the removal of vasopressors hasten death?
Yes, it can.
And so just overall, does the removal of any other life support measures hasten death?
Yes.
Okay. Next, I want to ask you about paralytics. How long is the duration of action in cisatracurium?
Cisatracurium.
Yes, that's the one.
All right. That's about 30 minutes when you give it, something like that.
Okay. And is that is that fairly established in the medical community?
In what capacity?
Is that pretty much what is taught through training, experience, and education?
In terms of how long the drug would last, you mean? Or yeah, cisatracurium is a drug that's, when injected, produces paralysis, temporary paralysis of muscles. It lasts about 30 minutes when you inject it.
And is it common to use that when intubating someone?
Sometimes when a person is intubated, that is, the breathing tube is placed in their mouth, that a paralytic, cisatracurium or others, can be used to create a better circumstance that would allow intubation, this placing of the tube in the mouth, to be conducted more easily. So it's a pretty standard kind of thing to use a paralytic as part of a sequence of drugs in order to intubate someone.
Now, I want to ask you about anoxic brain injury. When someone who has anoxic brain injury, do they still feel pain, suffering, and anxiety?
All of those things can very much occur even when someone has had an anoxic brain injury.
In your experience, when discussing that with patients and families, is anoxic brain injury an easy concept for them to understand?
I think that anoxic brain injury is an extremely kind of complicated idea. And it's so kind of counter to our own experience. And we experience our wakefulness, our alertness, our orientation, all of these kinds of things. Like, we experience them normally effortlessly. We don't think about the act of being awake and conscious and oriented and so on. But many illnesses can push us away from that. An anoxic injury, and that's a word for a lack of oxygen to the brain, creates kind of a varied kind of picture. And the picture can be anything to where there's profound injury, where, the brain just is absolutely, fundamentally dysfunctional in any of the places that would normally create, kind of who we are, where we are, our relationships, our capacity to learn, to know, to recognize people. All of that can be gone with an anoxic brain injury, or it can be something milder. It can be something that can result in confusion, disorientation, weakness. It's sort of a scale of things depending upon kind of the state of the person's health, how long they were anoxic for. I would add, too, that it doesn't take very long to get anoxic injury. So the brain needs oxygen constantly. And maybe as a corollary, think about how long you could hold your breath for comfortably. A minute and a half. That's about as long as the brain can hold its breath for, too. So after a minute or so of a lack of circulation, the brain starts to die. It starts to get injury. It happens very quickly.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about tolerance, if I can briefly. How long does it take for a person to develop tolerance to opioids?
Tolerance is a situation where a person is given a drug and they have a certain dose, and then when re-exposed to that dose for the same symptom, it is no longer effective. So they need to give a higher dose. That's sort of the idea of tolerance. And for opioids, it can happen over, if you're taking them regularly, over just a few days. After a few days of taking opioids regularly, you are developing tolerance to it, so it happens pretty quickly.
And can a person develop tolerance by taking opioids at home?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And how is the doctor supposed to gauge that?
Well, it depends, of course, on conversations and, how it's being used and what the problem of pain is. The prescribing of opioids is ideally placed for people who have kind of acute, discrete pain. So that is that, maybe an injury or something where they think the injury will heal, and then the need for pain control will gradually, naturally subside as the injury resolves. So when you're given, when you have chronic pain, which is can be not an uncommon and very difficult and challenging thing to treat, then you're, filling opioid prescriptions month after month. And the problem is that if the underlying pain doesn't get any better, then the need for opioids will be escalating, all the time. And it's tricky sometimes, to know. Again, as I said before, there's no kind of blood test or machine that you can apply to a patient that says this patient has this much pain. You only have the history, the story that people tell you, how they're using it and how much pain and pain control they're getting from it.
Okay. Can a person develop tolerance by using heroin?
Heroin is an opioid, like the others, and yes, people can use heroin and develop broadly opioid tolerance as a consequence that would then impact the amount of other kinds of opioids that might be needed.
What about carfentanil? What is carfentanil?
Yeah, so carfentanil is a synthetic opioid, and it's extremely potent. So it's 100 times as potent as fentanyl. And so it's actually specifically used for giving opioids or anesthetizing elephants, okay? Because an elephant is 16,000 pounds. And so if you try to use, morphine or hydromorphone or even fentanyl, you need buckets of it. So it's super highly concentrated. It's so concentrated that, of course, it's extremely dangerous. So even a drop of it would kill you, potentially, if you're exposed to it, because it's so powerful an opioid in such a small quantity. In fact, it's weaponized and can be used as a chemical agent.
I'll permit it.
Okay, you finish.
So, it's a highly, highly potent synthetic opioid that's 100 times more potent than fentanyl.
We've heard a lot about elephants, and they don't get a fair shake in this courtroom. So let me ask you this, how much does it take to put down an elephant?
Objection.
Sustained. You don't have enough foundation there for that one.
Are you familiar with how much carfentanil it would take to
Objection.
tranquilize an elephant?
Sustained. Lay a foundation.
That's all right, I'll move on.
No, we need to approach, Your Honor. I don't think he gets to say when we approach or not.
Well, I get to say whether you approach or not. The question withdrawn?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the question and the answer.
Now, Doctor, I'd like to ask you about acidosis. How does a pH level affect dosing?
So, pH, I need to answer that by talking about pH.
Objection. May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure. stretch my legs a little bit, guys. Blame me. Okay?
We've got some,
You got a request to go? Let's take 10 more minutes. Go. That's not until when? Let her go. Guys, hit her on out. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, okay, there's been complaints about the noise level at times. You're not to talk while testimony's on. Okay, understand that's a direct order. If you get caught, you could be subject to contempt. Is that understood by everybody? And there's all kinds of nasty things I can do to you. The lawyers have been quieted. Now you are quieted, and it solves the problem. Okay? It's not being special to you. It's everybody now is that way. Anything for the record?
Nothing for me.
Okay, you guys have 10 minutes. still under oath. I hope you guys had a nice break. Mr. Baez.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Zivic, we left off on pH. Okay. What is pH in acidosis?
So pH is a scale, a number scale, and the numbers go from 1 to 14. And what the scale is it's a scale used in chemistry to compare two properties of certain kinds of chemicals. Certain kinds of chemicals are called acids, and other kinds of chemicals are called bases. These are maybe things you've heard of, some of these terms. Like, for example, people might know of acid reflux or something like that in the stomach. So, these are, again, like it's a naturally occurring kind of property of chemicals, and the scale describes it. Now, in the scale, the number 7 represents something that is neither an acid nor a base. And at 7, we call that neutral. And the chemical that is neutral at 7 is actually water. So when you go above 7, it's considered to be a base. And below 7, it's considered to be an acid. And these things can be measured. Now, what's important about pH is although it's only numbers from 1 to 14, it uses a very specific kind of mathematical technique. And sorry, I know most people don't like to hear about math, so apologies in advance, but I hope I can explain this in a fairly straightforward way. So pH uses something called a log scale. And what is a log scale?
That's what I was going to ask.
Okay, well, instead of a number, when you go from 1 to 2, although you just go from 1 to 2, you're actually increasing the size of the number by a factor of 10. So 1 to 2 is 10 times, so 2 is actually 10 times bigger than 1. And 3 is actually 100 times bigger than 1, and so on. Now, why is it like that? Well, because you're actually talking about numbers that are really, really huge, okay? And it's hard for us to get around really big numbers. Now, I hope that this last example will make this clear. So there is actually a log scale that all of you might know, that maybe you didn't realize that's what it was. And that's something called the Richter scale. And the Richter scale is a scale used for earthquakes. Okay, now there may be earthquakes in Ohio, I think that there are. And sometimes you'll see flash on the news, there's an earthquake, and maybe even you've been in an earthquake and you've felt it. And so earthquakes might be, on the Richter scale, I think it goes up maybe to 10 or 9. Each number then represents a 10-fold increase in the strength of the earthquake. So to put this in perspective, if you have an earthquake that's on, say, 2 or 3 on the Richter scale, you might not even feel it. It might be very subtle. When you start to go up to 4, 5, 6, those are earthquakes that not only you feel, but they start to cause damage. Now, there was that very famous earthquake that caused a big...
We're getting a little far afield here. I sustained.
Okay, let me ask you this. What's the normal range for pH?
So the normal range for pH is between 7.35 and 7.45.
At what point does it become a very serious or dangerous thing? At what point does the acidosis become life-threatening?
Well, when the pH drops below 7, you're really in serious trouble. And I would honestly say that a pH anything less than 7.35 is already very abnormal. So I would be concerned about a pH of 7.3 or a pH of 7.2. So even though the number seems pretty close and pretty small, it actually represents, because it's a log scale, a very, very big difference. So someone whose pH is 7.2 has a lot of extra acid circulating in their bloodstream than someone with a pH of 7.35. And someone with a pH of less than 7 is life-threatening. That low, that degree of acid, is extremely abnormal in the body.
Why would a pH level be a dosing factor?
So the way that the body is designed is this acid-base thing has a very important impact on the way that body systems, chemical body systems work. So one of the ways that information is passed around the body is through proteins. For example, proteins are large molecules, and the way that these molecules work is they actually have a kind of a shape. So you may see pictures of these things, and of course they're always two-dimensional, but in the body there are three-dimensional structures. Now, if a certain kind of structure, they fit and work in a certain sort of way. And when the pH changes, the structure changes. So pHs will change the protein configuration, and when the protein changes its shape, it doesn't work anymore. And so the body starts to break down. So all these kind of chemical messengers are very much dependent on that very specific band of pH, and when you drop below, it all starts to fall apart.
Now, I want to turn focus to the 14 patients in this case. We've heard a lot about it, so don't worry, I'm not going to have you here for 2 days.
Okay?
But you had the opportunity to review all the records for all 14 patients, correct?
Yes.
And that included the dose amounts given during the palliative withdrawals, correct?
Yes.
Including the fentanyl, Versed, and Dilaudid as per their respective patients, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you state that upon review of the medical facts, each of the 14 patients suffered a variety of severe and unrecoverable illnesses. After reviewing the records, do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
And does that pertain to Bonnie Austin, Joanne Belisari, Danny Millette, Rebecca Walls, Brandy McDonald, Beverly Schertzringer, Francis Burke, Melissa Penix, Ryan Hayes, James Allen, Troy Allison, James Timmons, Sandra Castle, and Jeremiah Hodge?
I'm going to take it on faith that those are all the names. I believe that those are all the names, so yes.
Okay. Now, you also state, in each case, recovery to a normal state of health was not possible. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
And that relates to all of the 14 patients that I just mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. And you also state in your report that the underlying illnesses that, let me use your exact words if I can, to a certain extent, to sum it up. You also state that the underlying medical state was the cause of death for these 14 patients. Does that apply to Bonnie Austin,
Yes.
Joanne Belisari,
Yes.
Danny Millette,
Yes.
Rebecca Walls,
Yes.
Brandy McDonald,
Yes.
Beverly Schertzringer,
Yes.
Francis Burke,
Yes.
Melissa Penix,
Yes.
Ryan Hayes,
Yes.
James Allen,
Yes.
Troy Allison,
Yes.
James Timmons,
Yes.
Sandra Castle,
Yes.
and Jeremiah Hodge.
Yes.
And this is after reviewing their underlying medical condition as well as the dose that they were given at palliative extubation.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Cross?
One second, Your Honor. morning, or good afternoon, Dr. Zivit. Taylor Mick on behalf of the state of Ohio. How are you doing today?
Hi, Taylor.
Dr. Zivit, you've testified as an expert witness in other cases before, correct?
Yes.
Do you write your own reports in the cases?
Yes.
Do you update your own CV?
Yes.
Right. Doctor, have you testified as an expert in the case of the defendant is Zane Floyd out of Nevada?
Yes.
And showing you what is marked as State's Exhibit 59. Judge, do I need to do something to...
Should be up there. Says it's working. There we go.
Right. Showing you State's Exhibit 59. Is this your affidavit or report from the case of Zane Floyd?
It looks like it.
Does it say here at the top it's under penalty of perjury?
Yes, yes. Yes.
And then is that your signature at the end?
Yes.
And is this your CV that was attached to this report?
It looks like it.
Turning your attention here to section number 9 under education. Do you actually have a bachelor's of science degree?
This version was mistaken. It was prepared actually, I guess, by an admin who made a mistake. So I submitted actually a subsequent CV in this case that corrected that. I don't have a Bachelor of Science degree. It's not required for entry to medical school in Canada.
Do you have a master's of science and from the University of Toronto?
No, I have a fellowship in anesthesiology. It doesn't say Masters of Science.
In section number 9?
Section number 9. No, that's incorrect. So I think that these things were made by my admin, which I did not see, and I've corrected them.
But I thought you just testified, do you not prepare your own CVs and reports?
Well, I prepare my own CV, but I didn't see those things.
You didn't see that you put down that you have 2 degrees that you don't?
Those were mistakes, and I see them, but they weren't by me, or certainly not intended.
Would you agree with me that you didn't actually update that until you were cross-examined about that under oath?
I didn't notice it. It's a long document. It's 26 pages or something, so I just missed that.
But it was a document you prepared?
Yes, it was.
Doctor, is it fair to say that you're a vocal advocate against lethal injection?
A vocal advocate against lethal injection. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Have you published multiple articles against lethal injection?
I have concerns about lethal injection, and I've stated so, yes, publicly.
Have you done interviews about that?
I have.
Have you done international news interviews about that?
I have.
Have you testified as an expert multiple times on that topic?
I have.
Is it fair to say you are also, in the same term, using vocal advocate in that same way, a vocal advocate against what is known as doctor-assisted suicide or medical assistance in dying?
Yes, yes.
And the same question with regard to euthanasia in the context of euthanizing human beings.
Yes,
And you said you've written articles on these topics.
I have.
Have you also done a TED Talk on this topic?
I have.
Doctor, I want to show you what I've marked as States Exhibit 60. Yes. Doctor, what I've marked as State's Exhibit 60 is an article titled Gorsuch Grapples with Death, A Physician's Viewpoint by Joel Zivit. Did you write this?
I did.
All right. At the top of this page, it reads, all human beings are intrinsically valuable, and the intentional taking of human life by private persons is always wrong. Is it correct you're quoting now Justice Gorsuch at this point?
Yes.
And then it continues here, private persons refers to physicians as it is generally uncontested that private citizens should not kill others in the normal course of events. Did you write that?
Yes.
It also then continues, doctors have the power to spin a convincing case for withdrawal of care when patients are ill, and the patient's families believe that the choice before them is the only one. It is important to recognize that so empowered, some physicians will act to end life. Did you write that?
This is in the context of euthanasia, though, is what I was referring to here.
But did you write this?
I wrote that, yes.
And down here, I don't know if Gorsuch approaches this as an intellectual exercise or his end-of-life view is drawn from first-hand experience. Regardless, he is absolutely right in the position he takes against physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia. If we permit our doctors to kill us, doctors can and will abuse this freedom. Did you write that?
That's what it says.
And this is actually, you're speaking in the context of physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia, not lethal injection, correct?
Correct.
I would now like to turn to State's Exhibit 61. Your Honor, can we approach, please?
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Dr. Zivit, showing you State's Exhibit 61. Have you seen this article before?
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Can you please turn to the second page?
Objection, Judge.
Okay, well, I'm gonna give her a little leeway here, but you gotta tie it in.
Okay, what am I,
For the record, he stated.
I heard what he said.
I'm sorry, you want me to read out this?
No, I don't want you to read it. I want you to look at the second page, and there's a quote there. Is that your quote?
I don't know. I can't recall.
Doctor, I'll turn to State's Exhibit 62.
Check beyond scope. Objection beyond scope.
Let me see it. Is this some of the last one? I'll let you take it. I'm going to sustain objection for now, but you need to lay a foundation. You can show it to him.
Dr. Exhibit, showing you State's
Okay, I
Exhibit.
told her, I sustained your objection so far. I'm permitting her to approach the witness to see if she can lay the foundation.
Okay,
I treated everybody the same.
understood.
Dr. Exhibit, showing you State's Exhibit 62. Are you familiar with this article?
I don't know. Not off the top of my head, but it doesn't mean that I haven't seen it in the past, but not currently.
Again, it's not, object to that, it's beyond scope. I guess we approached,
He's objecting.
Yeah,
Your
we
Honor.
might as well.
It's not, it's the application.
Ask for Dr. Exhibit. Oh, sorry. Are we? There's an article on your CV titled "Anesthesia Does Not Reduce Suffering at the End of Life" by Joel B. Zivit, MD, FRCPC from Emory University Hospital,
objection,
laying the foundation. Is this?
Okay, hold on a second. Why don't you show it to him? what's the exhibit number?
63, I believe.
Okay.
Can I read this? Can I take a moment to read it?
Yeah. You need to do that in order to recognize it.
I recognize this, yes.
Did you author that?
Yes.
Just for the record, that was State's Exhibit 63. May I approach again?
Sure.
Now that you've reviewed this article, do you recognize State's Exhibit 62 as the
Objection, Judge, I don't know what she's showing.
same thing I just showed him?
I don't think that actually refers to that.
Okay. She's asking the questions. You can't analyze what she's asking. Just answer them, please.
Doctor, if I can show you State's Exhibit 63 again, and have you look at the references here of articles that you were citing?
Oh, I see. You're saying this is a site for this as opposed to this addresses that, which it doesn't. It's a different, this is, of course, addressing, paper by others. So that's just a reference for this. Yes. Okay. This is a long time ago, actually, too, so it's hard to remember it.
All right, Doctor, showing you State's Exhibit 63, the article that you just identified that you authored, titled "Anesthesia Does Not Reduce Suffering at the End of Life." You did write this letter to the editor,
I did.
and it starts that it is addressing an article, Billings, and then it's cited 1 with this reference 1. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this article, it reads, "Anesthetic unconsciousness is not sleep. It is not restful nor natural." Did you write that?
Yes.
It also reads, "The suggestion that anesthesia reduces suffering at the end of life is speculation only." Did you write that?
Yes.
It continues, "What anesthesia does provide is the appearance of calm in the dying patient as witnessed by the observer. To suggest otherwise is at best misinformed, at worst theatrical." Did you write that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Bang.
All right, Doctor, showing you State's Exhibit 64, "Last rites assisted suicide is neither dignified nor painless" by Joel Zivit. Did you write this?
Yes, I did. Right.
Doctor, showing you State's Exhibit 64, It reads, as a doctor and expert witness against the use of lethal injection for execution in America, however, I am quite certain that assisted suicide is not painless or peaceful or dignified. In fact, in the majority of cases, it is a very painful death. Did you write that?
I did. Of course, we're not talking about assisted
Okay,
suicide
slow down.
here.
Doctor, you also wrote, advocates of assisted dying owe a duty to the public to be truthful about the details of killing and dying. People who want to die deserve to know that they may end up drowning, not just falling asleep. Did you write this?
I did.
Thank you. Doctor, is it also fair to say that you've been an outspoken critic of using medication to curate the experience of dying for the sake of people observing the individual's death at bedside?
You're specifically referring, I think, to the death rattle, so I understand your question. And if you're talking about that, then yes, I've commented on that.
Doctor, I want to show you State's Exhibit 70.
Can I see it?
Yes, sorry.
Object beyond scope and contrary to course of law.
I'm sorry, and?
Contrary to
Contrary
course of
court.
law.
Let me see. Okay. They're on the side. Mr. Baez, would you care to join us?
Doctor, are you familiar with the silence trials on the death rattle?
I believe so.
Isn't it true that you have actually criticized these trials?
You're, yes, I believe that's, yes.
It's true that you criticized specifically the use of medication to silence the death rattle?
A specific medication.
Doctor, have you also said that the death rattle is not...
Objection.
I hadn't heard the rest of the question, go ahead.
Have you also said that the death rattle is not believed in the common medical assumption to be painful?
I think it's unclear is the problem.
No, her question is, did you say that?
You'll have to show me where, I don't know.
You
Are you
don't
quoting me,
remember
or-
whether you said it or not?
I don't know. If you're quoting me, then you could show me the quote.
Your Honor, may I refresh his recollection?
Well, you haven't asked the question.
Is there something I could show you to refresh your recollection?
That it's written that I said that.
We have no objection.
Okay.
And identifying it, this is State's Exhibit 70. Directing your attention to this second paragraph.
So, I'm sorry, ask me your question again.
Have you written that it is the common medical assumption that the death rattle is not distressing to the patient?
The common medical assumption, though, maybe I could actually back up.
Your Honors, or...
Well, I can't answer
Well,
your
hold on,
question.
don't read out loud. Read the thing and then answer her question.
I can't answer with a yes or no exactly the way you're asking it.
Okay? Then you can't answer it yes or no.
I can't answer it yes or no.
Can I have that, please? So, Doctor, just to clarify, you cannot answer with a yes or no whether you have written that the
Objection has to answer.
I'm clarifying.
Well, he's repeating, okay?
I want to clarify what he can't answer, yes or no.
He said that he refreshed his memory and he couldn't answer yes or no whether that refreshed his memory.
As to whether
So
he
you
wrote...
have to take that as a no. Well,
I think he said he can't answer it with a yes or a no, not that it didn't refresh his recollection.
okay. Did it refresh your recollection reading that?
I see that, but I can't answer it yes or no.
Well, the question is a yes or no question. It's not in between. Did that refresh your memory?
Well, if the question is, did it refresh my memory? Yes, it refreshed my memory.
All right, now that your memory has been refreshed, have you written that the common medical assumption is that individuals are not distressed by the death rattle?
Objection has to answer.
Well, overruled.
I think that in order to understand that, I would have to give some more context to that paragraph, or that sentence that you excerpt. I think on its own, it may be misunderstood what I meant.
I'll move on from that, Doctor. Doctor, just to actually, before I move on, you've also done podcasts on the topic of the death rattle, correct?
Correct.
And in those podcasts, would you have discussed the common medical assumption?
Podcast, I think
Podca-
singular. I don't know. I can't recall.
States Exhibit 65, written by him. Doctor, do you recall writing an article titled When Patient and Doctor Disagree?
May I see?
Okay, so you would need it to refresh your memory?
Yes.
Showing Home States Exhibit 65.
This is a letter, is what it is. And this,
Sorry, did you author that letter?
let me look at this. Yes?
Thank you. Doctor, showing you States Exhibit 65, When Patient and Doctor Disagree, which you have authored. This reads, which week a patient arrives in the ICU might mean the difference between life and death. Doctors spin powerfully, and patients and families believe that the choice before them is the only one. That's what you wrote, correct?
Because that was what the study said,
This is what you wrote, correct?
in reference to the study.
So you did write this.
In reference to the study.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When you're talking that doctors have biases that may impact their decisions and their discussions with family, do you still agree with that statement?
I think that doctors are people and they can have biases, yes.
And you, as you indicated, I believe that you have read studies that support that conclusion.
Yes, that doctors have been known to have biases. That's well known.
And Doctor, you actually teach medical students and residents and things like that, correct?
I do.
Do you teach them about the discussion that they need to have with families at the end of life?
Yes.
You've actually talked about that in your TED Talk as well, correct?
I believe so.
Am I correct in thinking that you probably take pride in education and teaching the next generation of doctors?
Take pride, yes, sure.
And you would find it to be an important part of your job?
To what?
Do you find it to be an important part of your job?
To be a teacher?
Yes.
Yes.
Am I correct in thinking that when you teach these students and future doctors, you're trying to teach them best practices for the end-of-life discussions with families, correct?
Yes.
Hypothetically, doctor, if you were teaching one of these future doctors and they said something in an end-of-life talk that you didn't agree with or feel was appropriate, would you try to help them improve for the next time?
I think you need to, that's a very broad question. So I guess I could answer it very broadly, which would be, perhaps, depending upon, but I'd have to know exactly more specifically what you were talking about and how I might address that.
I can ask you some specifics then.
I'm going to object. This is all beyond scope.
That's a rule.
Doctor, would it be acceptable to you for one of the doctors you were training to not present the family with all of the options available to them for end-of-life care?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
For example, if
Okay, well, you need to rephrase the question.
I,
Didn't get your question.
I'm going to rephrase right here. To explain doctor, are you familiar with the status of being full code?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a DNR-CC order?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a DNR-CCA?
Yes.
So hypothetically, if a doctor you were training approached a family at the end of life and they told them the options were full code or DNR-CC and they didn't present the option of DNR-CCA, would you find that problematic?
I would have to hear the whole conversation to know. I would need to know the whole conversation.
Do you find you're big into ethics, correct?
Big into ethics.
Do you find the concept of informed consent to be important?
I think informed consent is an important concept, yes.
What does informed consent mean to you in that context?
It means that to the best of our ability, we provide patients with all the necessary information that they are able to manage and that they desire in order for them to make the best and most informed choice that would reflect their own particular wishes and desires.
When you say that you need to provide them with all of the necessary information, would you find providing them with the 3 code status options to be necessary information before asking them to make a decision?
It depends on what kind of conversations had taken place already and what they were saying. Sometimes people want some information and sometimes they want other information. It's dynamic and situational.
In what situation would it be appropriate for a doctor to not present a family with all of the options?
Well, you need to clarify what you mean when you say all of the options.
In what
and I think you're talking about broadly whether or not they want to proceed or whether they don't want to proceed, right? Is that what we're talking about?
No, Your Honor, or sorry, not Your Honor. Dr. Zivit, I'm talking about all of the options as in, hypothetically, a patient is unresponsive. They can no longer make decisions for themselves. The family member that is the proxy, the power of attorney, has to make the decision now on behalf of that patient. There's no advance directive. Would you find it appropriate to not present that power of attorney with all of the options that they could make on behalf of that patient?
Well, there are basically 2 options. One option is to proceed and with all kinds of care, and maybe that would be further subdivided into, say, something but not something else. And the other option would be to configure something that would be more like the direction towards palliative care. So those are the options, and I believe that in these cases that was the discussion that was taking place.
Dr. Zivit, you are aware that there is an option for a DNR CCA and a DNR CC as codes, correct?
I'm aware that these are the kinds of designations that are present in this particular hospital.
So would it be appropriate to not present those options?
I would have to hear the whole...
Objection has to answer.
I'll permit the question.
I would have to hear the whole conversation. Like these things, if you say to people, you can have DNR CC or DNR CCA, I think most people don't know what that means. So what you're really talking about, if you're saying by not saying, I said DNR CCA, therefore I didn't discuss it, I would have no way of knowing whether that was true or not true.
Doctor, I'm not asking you whether something is true or not true. I'm asking hypothetically, for a doctor to get informed consent, does he need to provide the family with all 3 options, what they mean, and let them make the choice between the 3 options?
Maybe you can tell me what the 3 options mean, and then I can answer your question.
Again, the 3 options are to be full code, to be DNR CCA, or to be DNR CC.
Well, I think that that is something that can be described in language and broadly, and so I think that that's my view on it. That you should inform patients, or in this case the proxy, of all those sorts of things, and to the best of their ability, they can then take that and decide what they want to do.
So to clarify finally, you are agreeing that you should...
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Doctor, showing you states 71, Doctor, you were on the ASA Committee for Ethics, correct?
I was.
You authored a chapter in the syllabus on ethics, correct?
I did.
Showing you states Exhibit 71, Is this that syllabus on ethics?
Could be,
I can approach if you'd like to take a closer look.
okay? Okay, I see this.
And is this the syllabus on ethics that you authored a chapter in?
I believe so.
Well, did you see your name as an author on this paper?
I see a piece of paper with my name on it, so I'll take it at face value that it is that document.
Now showing you State's Exhibit 71. In this chapter that you wrote well, winding back, what is the purpose of the syllabus on ethics?
It's to provide information for practicing physicians on the subjects that are contained within the syllabus.
Is it sort of like a guideline on ethics?
It's information for people to use. Yes, I guess it's a guideline.
Okay. In this, did you write, it reads, "The loss of decisional capacity is an extremely significant event for a person, and it is the responsibility of the proxy and the healthcare team to protect the interests of the person in question."
Yes.
Did you also write, "Physicians need to understand that they bring bias to every conversation and can spin information resulting in a proxy making very different decisions. No real discussion can take place unless all assembled are apprised of all of the relevant facts offered freely with neutral language."
Yes.
Did you also write, "Physicians need to acknowledge that they bring personal biases to the conversations and that these are so powerful to the degree that they might cause the physician to coerce rather than to inform a patient." Did you write that?
I did.
Did you also follow up and write, "A strong bond among physician, patient, and proxy based on an honest, unbiased understanding of uncertainties and the facts allows the best opportunity for generating a healthcare plan most meaningful to the patient"?
Yes.
And Doctor, would you agree it's important to follow these guidelines?
Well, I wrote them, so I guess I think it's pretty good.
And you would hope that other doctors would follow them as well?
Sometimes doctors do whatever they want to do. What can I say?
Doctor, going back to hypotheticals, let's say one of the doctors that you were training, they told a family in a proxy that their loved one was brain dead during this end-of-life talk, but no testing had been done to confirm whether this patient was actually brain dead. Would you find that to follow your teachings?
So are you saying that if a training doctor who probably shouldn't be having these conversations unmonitored anyway, so we're talking about something that would really not take place, because training doctors would not be put in charge of these sorts of conversations if they were, depending upon where they were in their training,
I can rephrase then.
okay?
All right, hypothetically, if a doctor approached a family and told them that their loved one was brain dead during an end-of-life talk, but no testing had been done to confirm whether the individual was brain dead, would you find that to be true informed consent?
I think I would need to know why the doctor, if the doctor said that a person was brain dead, I guess I would need to know why they said that. So, testing for brain death is a confirmation test. So it's possible that a single doctor, upon examination could really determine it. But the policy requires two physicians and some other factors, but a single physician certainly could have enough information to believe that the patient was in fact brain dead.
When you say a single doctor, are you referring to a neurologist?
No, not only a neurologist, other doctors too. I can declare people brain dead as well. I'm qualified to do that.
And why does that policy require two physicians to make that determination?
It's just a level of certainty, because if someone is brain dead, it means that they're dead.
So if someone is brain dead, does that mean that you can then ethically give them any dose of fentanyl that you want because they're dead?
No, if someone is dead, you don't need to give them any fentanyl because they're dead.
So if an individual is brain dead, you don't need to give them any fentanyl.
If a person is brain dead, you need to bury them. That's what you need to do.
If a person is brain dead and still on life support, and the family makes the decision to withdraw.
If a person is brain dead, they are dead. So whether or not a family chooses or not to choose, now, there is some controversy around this, but I think the controversy is incorrect. A person that is brain dead is dead, and therefore they cease to have rights of the living. They are now dead, and so that's how they should be treated.
Okay, doctor, then under your view there, if you were treating a patient that was brain dead and family was withdrawing life support, would you give them fentanyl?
A person that is dead requires nothing. A person that is dead requires, because they are dead, they are no longer a person. And so as a non-person, they have a different set of rights and privileges than they would as a person. So there's no reason to give a dead person anything.
And
Former person.
when you're referring to them as former people, they still have a heartbeat, correct?
That doesn't mean that they're dead. Brain dead means dead. So they can have a heartbeat, but they're dead. That's what brain death means.
Then why can a family choose to keep a brain dead individual on life support if they're a human that has, or former human that has no rights?
I would have to ask the law about that, because in certain jurisdictions, that's permitted for, I think, wrong reasons, and in other jurisdictions, it's not permitted.
Have you ever known someone that had a severe anoxic brain injury to recover?
Recover. I don't know what you mean when you say recover. To what state? To be completely recovered so they have no residual effects of the injury?
No, to wake up and be removed from life support.
And then what?
That's recovery. They've woken up and been removed from life support and continued to live.
I think I've said that anoxic brain injury can take different forms. So some people have anoxic injury and they might be able to be on a ventilator, for example, and they might be in some kind of state of unresponsiveness or diminished responsiveness. So if that's what you mean by recovery, then some people with anoxic injury can end up like that, yes.
Some people can end up waking up.
Well, I don't know that it's waking up exactly. It's not really, first of all, they're not really asleep when they have anoxic injury. And so when they become, they can have they can exhibit signs that can be quite distressing to people. For example, their eyes may be open, and they may even look around. But they have no, it's clear that they have no understanding of what's around them, or not some easily measurable way. So you can be in their line of vision, and you can call their name, and there's no response. So open eyes, can occur in the setting of anoxic brain injury, but it doesn't mean that they're functional in any meaningful way.
Can a person that had an anoxic brain injury and was on a ventilator recover to the point that you just said, functional in a meaningful way?
Well, I guess we're going to have to talk about meaningful. What do you mean when you say meaningful?
I was using your words, doctor. What did you mean?
I think that, most people would, meaningful recovery, I think, would be some, an ability to know people, to know who they are, to be able to interact, to manage their own affairs, maybe to walk under their own power, to not need a ventilator. So those are all the kinds of things that I think are meaningful recovery. And anoxic injury, is a serious injury. It can be gradations. So some people might be, when recovering from an anoxic injury, or may get to a state where they can be open eyes and on a ventilator, or even be extubated. But anoxic brain injury people generally are institutionalized. They need lots of round-the-clock care, and they can't take care of themselves, and they don't know who they are, and they don't know who you are, and that's anoxic brain injury.
Their family members could choose to bring them home and take care of them, though.
They could.
Okay. And doctor, just for clarification on this spectrum you've created of former person to person.
That's not my spectrum. That's what it is.
Okay. On that spectrum, where do you put a person that is technically has a heartbeat and is awaiting to see if they can have their organs donated?
Well, there's something, the only person that can actually donate an organ, a solid organ, so we're not talking about a kidney, I assume, we're talking about a heart or lungs or liver that would cause the death of a person if they were alive. We can't take organs from a living person. They can only be taken from dead people. like brain dead is the reason why we have brain death is for the very reason that I think that you suggest, which is the removal of solid organs for the purposes of transplantation. There's something called the dead donor rule. We can't take organs from people that are alive. We can only take them from people that are dead.
So hypothetically, if a person was waiting to see if their organs were suitable to be,
Objection. This is all beyond the scope.
it's cross-examination. Hypothetically, if an individual was waiting to see, they were brain dead, as you've said, and,
Sorry, I don't know what you mean waiting to see if they're brain dead?
No,
Waiting to
sorry.
see if they're,
I'm rephrasing, strike that. If they are brain dead,
yes.
do you have to run certain tests, or how do you determine if their organs are viable to be donated?
Well, I mean, first of all, there would have to be a consent that would be obtained from the family or the patient in advance that said that they were willing to be an organ donor. And then, once they're dead, it's actually handled in a very specific sort of way. So there is an organization called UNOS, United Network Organ Sharing, whose job it is to come over and manage now the body. Okay? So now it's a body that's being there maintained with circulation for the purposes of harvesting organs. That's no longer a living person. And once a person is declared brain dead in the ICU and there's conversation about organ donation, I, as the ICU doctor, have nothing more to do with that former person. That's now UNOS's job to manage that. I have nothing to do there with that.
Okay, what, hypothetically, if UNOS did all that and they determined that this individual was not suitable to donate their organs, is that passed back to you then, as the individual is in your ICU?
No, they're already dead. So then they go, they go to the morgue.
So they're in your ICU on life support, UNOS rejects them, you don't do anything?
It's just, I think they're just removed, they're removed and then they're taken. But remember, you're using a term incorrectly here, which is life support. This is now death support, okay, because these people are dead. So what you're talking about is just keeping the organs circulating for the purposes of possible organ donation, but they're not a living person. They're dead.
And is that just your medical opinion that they're dead?
I don't know what you mean when you ask me that, my medical opinion. You mean, is that an opinion that they're dead?
When you're saying they are dead, is that a medical
I think
status that you're saying, or is that a legal status?
that's a legal status.
Everywhere.
Well, I believe it's everywhere. I mean, I think there may be some, I don't know.
Objection. Is now discussing the law. Being
Yes,
asked about the law.
let's stop.
I'll move on. So then I guess, doctor, if someone, or you, we'll say someone hypothetically, was brain dead, and now they're a former person, they're dead, they've been rejected for donating their organs, they need to be withdrawn from death support. Hypothetically, if a doctor gave them large doses of medication in this situation, would the doctrine of double effect apply to that?
I don't know why someone would, I'm not following you. This hypothetical, I don't know why anyone would give fentanyl to someone that is dead.
All right, thank you. That, I think, answers it well. Doctor,
Strike objection, strike.
Basis?
Commentary, Judge.
Okay. As to your comment about it's sufficient, sustained,
it's fine.
or the extent you said it was
All right,
sustained.
so, doctor, I guess back to the hypothetical. A doctor is telling an individual that their loved one is brain dead when this hasn't been confirmed as part of the end-of-life talk. Would you find that to be coercive, or would you find that to be informed
I
consent?
don't have any opinion about that.
You don't have an opinion?
I don't know. I would need to know much more of that. When you say coercive, that's a very specific kind of claim, so I don't know whether it's coercive or not coercive.
Wasn't coercive the word that you actually used in the syllabus on ethics?
Well, but we're talking about your hypothetical. So in your hypothetical, you've asked me, is it coercive for a doctor to, and maybe ask it to me again?
I guess we can take it a step back. When you write that a doctor can coerce rather than inform a patient's family, what do you mean by that?
That sometimes doctors may, in their conversation, represent a point of view. I think that, this I think you've seen in this case, that doctors have different points of views. So what the caution here is to be mindful of one's point of view and how one's point of view, is brought to bear in a conversation. That's just something that a normal, well-trained, well-practicing doctor does.
Would a normal, well-trained, well-practicing doctor tell a family that their loved one was brain dead when no such studies had been done to confirm that?
I don't know. I would have to know more about that conversation. Like if you're not talking about something in this case, right? You're just talking about a hypothetical, which has nothing to do with this case.
Judge, she's asking me a question.
Well, I'm not aware that anyone is brain dead in any of these patients. I didn't see anyone that was brain dead.
All right, well, hypothetically, if Dr. Husel had told some of these families that their loved one was brain dead,
Go ahead and ask the question.
what would your opinion be on that?
I don't, then it would be a different matter entirely. It wouldn't be this matter. It's not written anywhere that I saw that Dr. Husel said anything like that.
Hypothetically, if a family member of one of these victims,
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
all right, so I guess it's not written in anywhere that you saw it. You would agree that things that occurred don't always make it into the medical records?
True,
And you've reviewed the medical records in this case, correct?
I have.
How much detail was there on Dr. Husel's end-of-life talks?
No, I don't, when you say detail, I don't know what you mean. I think it was documented in some places that end-of-life talks took place.
And was there any description of what he said during those talks?
You'd have to show it to me to remind me. Doctor, I guess hypothetically, if someone had told 4 families that their individuals were brain dead without testing, would that...
Objection, Judge.
Sustained. Maybe it's break time, guys, because I need a break.
Doctor, you said that you were an expert in the matter of Zane Floyd in Nevada, is that correct?
Yes,
You were deposed in that matter, correct?
yes,
And you also testified at an evidentiary hearing, is that correct?
I don't know the names of all of these things, if that's,
Did you testify in court before the judge?
I did.
All right.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is a case, this is a death.
Okay, stop.
May we approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Doctor, oh, sorry. Doctor, can you describe what chest wall rigidity is?
Chest wall rigidity is something that can occur in certain patients.
Objection beyond the scope.
Oh,
I'm sorry?
611C, oh.
May he finish his answer?
It's a stiffness that occurs in the muscles, primarily in the chest, that can sometimes occur in the setting of being given large doses of opioids.
And what do you mean by large doses?
Well, it's actually pretty variable. So I think that where chest wall rigidity was really, I think, commonly seen was in circumstance of cardiac anesthesia, something which I have done. And in that circumstance, we were giving patients 100 mics per kilo of fentanyl. So a 70-kilogram person would be giving them 7,000 mics in a push. And when you give 7,000 mics in a push, certain patients kind of develop this sort of stiffness in their chest. And you're helping them with breathing. You need to help them with breathing.
You've previously testified that you've also seen this phenomenon in COVID patients that you've treated?
I think so. I think so.
And were those COVID patients being given 7,000 mics of fentanyl?
They were on continuous infusion, so they had received thousands of mics of fentanyl.
You previously stated, I think rigidity can create the situation where one can experience this, unexpected and terrifying experience of not being able to take a deep breath, correct?
Well, again, that was in the context of the death penalty. Okay, well then, yes.
You previously testified when you were using opioids in cardiac surgery, you saw this virtually all the time.
I saw it commonly.
You've previously described this as feeling like a heavy weight placed on the chest of a patient that prevents them from breathing. Is that correct?
I don't know if that's I can't recall if I used those words exactly.
Moving on to actual dosing, doctor, I noticed on direct you, when discussing dosing, you use terms like a good amount or a little. I didn't hear any specific numbers. So I want to go through some statements with you. Do you recall previously saying that you would never, there's no clinical situation where I'd be giving 2,500 mics of fentanyl to somebody who wasn't either intubated or going to be intubated because I would be concerned with the dose that there would be some respiratory effects. Is that correct?
Well, can you remind me where I said that?
So, you don't remember saying it?
I have to be reminded as to where it was that it was being said.
If I showed you your previous testimony, would that refresh your recollection?
So it was in the testimony is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I can look.
I think there might be an objection based on them both standing up behind me.
Yes, Judge.
Doctor, yes or no? In a previous testimony, you were asked about a hypothetical and asked to assume that 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl were given, and you responded, well, you know, the only time I would do such a thing would be in the circumstances of an operation. Did you say that? Yes or no?
In the context of this death penalty case, yes.
Why would that, sorry.
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood what your direction, if I misunderstood your instruction, I apologize.
Okay.
Just to clarify, the only time you've given fentanyl is in,
This has been asked and answered now.
Okay, I haven't heard the whole question yet.
or in clinical hospital settings.
I missed the beginning of your question.
The only time that you have given fentanyl, observed the effects of fentanyl, anything like that, is in a hospital setting.
Correct.
Thank you. Do you recall that you were asked if a person that was breathing just regular room air, oxygen with no support, if they were given 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl, if that would cause them to die? And you responded, I mean, you know, that's certainly one of the possibilities, yes? Yes or no?
I don't know where this is from.
If I showed you your previous testimony, would this refresh your recollection as to whether you said this?
I mean, can I answer? I'm assuming it's from the same thing that you asked, so it's from the death penalty case that you're asking me. So yes.
Do you recall being asked a hypothetical that if an individual was given 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl, that you would expect to see some respiratory depression or hypoxia to set in within 5 minutes, and you answered, I would expect that would be one of the things I might see. Yes or no, did you say that?
I mean, can I read it? Like, I don't know whether can you show it to me that I can read my words?
Your Honor, may I let the witness read his words?
You want to approach him and show him what he said?
Sure.
So you're asking me, did I say I would expect that would be one of the things I might see?
Yes.
I see that that's highlighted, yes.
So you said that.
There it is.
Was that a yes?
Yes.
Doctor, do you recall testifying, or you previously testified, if a person was dying, say, in the consequence of illness in the hospital, and I didn't think that they were having any pain, then I wouldn't give them anything. So I wouldn't give them something where I'm seeking to kill them. They have to show me they're having some pain. So if they're not having, in fact, this is a conversation I have with families all the time, and I say, let's be clear. The purpose of fentanyl in this case is to treat pain. But if we don't see pain, I'm not reaching for fentanyl. I'm just not going to give that.
Yes.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Do you agree that you also said giving fentanyl to someone who isn't in pain doesn't make sense to me?
I would need to see what that was from.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Mark it as.
We'll mark this whole transcript as State's Exhibit 55,
And you refer to a page.
page 184.
There's two things that are highlighted here. I'm not sure. Do you want me to read the highlighted part, or?
You can read it all, not out loud, but to yourself.
Okay, all right, I read that. that, okay?
So, doctor, do you agree that you said giving fentanyl to someone who is not in pain doesn't make sense to you?
In the context of that case, yes.
This was part of your previous statement I just asked you about, when you were talking about in the hospital setting, you wouldn't give fentanyl to someone that's not in pain. Is that correct?
Stay in the form of the question.
Is that correct? Okay. When you're saying, Doctor, you were under oath when you testified in this case, is that correct?
This case?
Yes. Do you recall, again, in the same case, you were asked if fentanyl is a good thing to use for palliative care at the end of life, and you answered with, and I quote, "If I intend to kill them with the opioid, then that would be murder, and I would not do that." You said that, correct?
Well, if I intended to kill someone, well, I'm sorry, read my quote again.
If I intend to kill them with the opioid, then that would be murder, and I would not do that.
Yeah, if I intended to kill someone, then that would be murder, so I would not do that.
Do you recall in that same case that you testified that if an individual did not have any pain, that 100 micrograms of fentanyl would be a sufficient dose to reach this?
This is all in the proper form.
Did you want me to finish, or?
I finished the question so I can,
Can you read back where I was, Sam? Sorry. Or I can just re-ask. I'll just re-ask it. In that same case, you testified that if an individual had no pain at all, 100 micrograms of fentanyl would be sufficient dose to reach the ceiling effect for pain relief. Is that correct?
I would have to know what was happening before to understand what I was saying there. I think it needs explanation, that's my concern.
Are you disputing that you said that?
No, I'm just asking if I can clarify that.
Specifically for context, you were being asked about the,
Objection in proper form.
I was going to ask a question after I, if you were being asked about the ceiling effect for pain relief when you're dosing fentanyl in a clinical setting, if you testified, did you testify that 100 micrograms of fentanyl would be a sufficient dose to reach that ceiling effect?
I don't, if a person is having no pain at all, I would not be sure why I would be giving them fentanyl if they had no pain. So I don't understand. I'm not following what you're asking me.
Do you recall, or you also testified, for some people, a small amount of opioid goes a long way. Is that correct?
For some people, a small amount of opioid goes a long way.
And what is a small amount of opioid in that context?
Well, for some people, I think for what person or what context? Because a person, who is, say, who is maybe slight of stature, who is in good health, has never taken any opioids, is not having any pain, if they were given an opioid, a small amount of opioid, they may feel it.
Do you recall, or you previously testified about hypoxia? If hypoxia is left unchecked and severe, then it may eventually cause, the heart to beat irregularly and then cause a heart attack or something like that. Is that correct?
Is this in the Zane Floyd case?
Yes.
So if you're asking me if hypoxia will have a negative effect on the heart, the answer is yes.
And what exactly is hypoxia?
Low oxygen.
And is low oxygen and hypoxia one of the potential side effects of fentanyl?
Well, yes, it can be.
All right. In the same case, when you were asked to describe the circumstances in which 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl could be fatal, you answered, to someone who is frail, someone who is critically ill, someone you know who is opioid naive. Those are the kinds of people that might, with a dose of that degree, might be the most at risk for death. You said that, correct?
This is in the Zane Floyd case. I think, was it 2,000 or 2,500?
The question was about 2,000.
I think that people who are frail, that 2,000 micrograms may, in certain circumstances, have a negative effect on them, yes.
Sorry, my question, doctor, was, did you say that 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl would be fatal to someone who is frail, someone who is critically ill, someone you know who is opioid naive? Those are the kinds of people that might, with a dose of that degree, they might be at the most at risk for death.
Well, I think I said at risk. I said they were at risk for a fatal reaction. I didn't say that it would be necessarily 100% fatal.
Do you recall when being asked if 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl can cause death without supplemental oxygen, you answered, in certain circumstances, the answer to that would be probably.
This is in the Zane Floyd case,
Yes.
so the answer is yes.
Doctor, would you agree that a fentanyl overdose or midazolam overdose can cause pulmonary edema?
Well,
Actually,
that,
beyond the scope.
Permitted.
I think so.
And you previously well, first, can you explain what a pulmonary edema is?
Pulmonary edema is fluid in the lungs, basically.
And you previously testified a pulmonary edema would likely manifest as difficulty with breathing, may first be accelerated breathing, maybe coughing, struggling to breathe. Is that correct?
This is, again, in the Zane Floyd case in execution. So I think in execution cases, this is my concern.
Does fentanyl cause pulmonary edemas in only people up for execution, or does it also have that risk for people in the hospital as well?
I'm not certain. I'm not certain.
What would be the distinction of why the fentanyl would react differently based on whether a person is in the hospital or being executed?
Well, I think that in this case, it's actually was a combination. It was midazolam and fentanyl, not just fentanyl alone. So it's the midazolam that actually might be the problem, and the kind of dosages, again, are given are more on the order of 500 milligrams that are given in execution, not 10 milligrams like that are given in this case.
You further have stated that from a pulmonary edema, the worst case scenario, of course, a person could die of this. And no matter what I do, they would now drown and die of oxygen deprivation and so on. Yes or no?
Objection.
In the context of the death penalty, yes, that's my concern.
A person could not die from a
Do you still
pulmonary...
want to maintain your objection?
It's been answered, so.
Well, I can strike it. Or are you fine?
We have a standing objection, Judge.
So is it your testimony that a pulmonary edema might be fatal to someone on death row, but it could not kill someone in a hospital?
Okay, that's a different question what you asked before.
If I can re-ask my last question, you stated about pulmonary edema, worst case scenario, of course, a person could die of this. And no matter what I do, they would now drown and die of oxygen deprivation and so on. Is that your former testimony?
It's painful to hear you say you know a lot. I'm sorry that I keep saying that, this thing. I'll try not to say you know so much. But with respect to your question, can people die of pulmonary edema? The answer is yes, they can.
Doctor, you've also previously testified about the effects of ketamine, correct?
In the Zane Floyd case.
And
Objection. Beyond the scope.
scope of of what?
Well,
Cross-examination.
your argument earlier, I think it's what he's getting to. The report. I-point sidebar.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's crack it open. I'm a little warm. Are you guys? I assume since David asked, you were.
Doctor, when you testified about the synergistic effect of fentanyl and midazolam, you only talked about the pain, if they could affect each other in like increasing the effectiveness. Is that correct?
Are we talking about Zane Floyd, or are we talking about this case now?
Your
I'm sorry.
testimony here.
So I'm sorry, ask me your question again.
On direct, when you were asked about the synergistic effect between fentanyl and midazolam,
Yes,
you only talked about whether they would make each other more effective.
yes,
You would agree that there is also a synergistic effect between the two that increases the risk of respiratory depression, correct?
I would not agree to that.
Are you familiar with the Lexicomp guidelines on this issue?
Show me.
Am I allowed to show him?
I'd mark it and show it to him if it were me.
All right. It is marked as States Exhibit 26A already.
what is this from?
Lexicon.
I'm sorry, show me where again you're showing me? Let's see. I see, okay, so ask me your question.
Do you agree or disagree that concomitant use of narcotics and other CNS depressants may increase the risk of underventilation or apnea and may contribute to profound and prolonged drug effects?
I see that that document says that.
Do you agree with that?
No, not really.
And Doctor, one of the last things I just want to ask you about, you are a member, one second. What were the ethics committees that you were a member of again?
I've been members of many hospital ethics committees, and I was a member of the ethics committee on the American Society of Anesthesiology and the Society of Critical Care Medicine.
I'm sorry, say that last one again.
The Society of Critical Care Medicine.
And so you would be aware with the recommendations for end-of-life care in the intensive care unit from the ethics committee of the Society of Critical Care Medicine, is that correct?
If you, something specific you could just show me to remind me.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
We'll mark it as State's Exhibit 56.
Okay, so what exactly are you asking me about this?
Are you familiar with this?
I'm familiar with that document.
And this is one of the organizations you're a member of, correct?
But I'm no longer on the ethics committee.
If the ethics committee stated that, as a general rule, the doses of medication that a patient has been receiving hourly should be increased by 2- or 3-fold and administered acutely before withdrawing ventilation, would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Is that what are you reading directly from that document?
Yes.
I mean, I say that I'm no longer on the ethics committee of the Society of Critical Care Medicine because I think that we have differing views on certain sorts of things around the end of life.
So you would disagree with their views on the end-of-life care?
I would. In some, I mean, we have to go through the whole document, but in terms of dosage, I might disagree with that.
If they had set forth as guidelines that the typical starting dose for an adult of IV fentanyl administration,
Judge, the witness has already stated he disagrees.
he said we'd have to go through piece by piece. I want to ask him about 2 pieces.
Finish up your question.
If the ethics committee set forth in their guidelines that for palliative extubation end-of-life care, the starting dose of fentanyl for an adult should be 50 to 100 micrograms of fentanyl, would you agree or disagree with that?
I would say that other doses could be used. So I guess I would say I would disagree with that.
And if they recommended the typical starting dose in the same situation for midazolam would be 1 milligram, would you agree or disagree with that?
I would be surprised if it says that without making any mention about whether they were exposed or on either benzodiazepines or fentanyl. Is there a caveat in there that would inform that? Because if not, then of course that doesn't make any sense. It's poorly written if it doesn't have any of those other kind of provisions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Sir, I want to start off with the statements that you made that you were asked about in the Floyd case.
Okay?
Where you make the statements of one of the possibilities, and in addition, one of the things that I might see in reference to respiratory depression, and with certain persons, it's a possibility. Are these all qualified answers?
They are qualified answers, yes.
And the reason is
Objection, leading.
the reason for that, or are one of the reasons for that is because everyone is different?
Objection, leading.
I mean, I think that the problem
Hold
here,
on, we got an objection.
Is everyone different?
everyone is different.
Sustained.
Okay. Can you explain why you qualified your answers in that way?
I think that the struggle with the death penalty is that it is not a medical act, and so it impersonates one poorly. And so my struggle has been trying to answer these sorts of questions about taking medicine that are intended for the purposes of caring for people, treating for people, reducing their pain, and turning them around and using them to poison and to kill. And so I collide with this constantly and trying to figure out how to answer these sorts of questions like we've been struggling with here. You know, that Zane Floyd is a person who is facing execution. And so my work in lethal injection has always been this collision of this struggle of trying to make sense of these drugs, in my hand medicine, in the state's hand poison, and whether or not, where is the common ground? So all of these kinds of questions that I'm asked in the context of the death penalty, none of that has anything to do with when I use these drugs in the context of being a physician in a hospital.
Is the clinical picture the same for a person who is sitting in a cell waiting execution versus someone who is in an ICU about to be terminally extubated?
No, I mean, there's no comparison. No comparison.
And is that another reason why you gave those qualifications in your answers?
Well, that was I was trying to explain that a person facing execution has many things, a mental state, that is hard to fathom. And so a person who is, otherwise well, and so now they're going to be put to death. And so I'm trying to make sense of what the protocol that is being created by various states that do this, and how it might affect a person as they die. And that's what I'm, trying to understand, and it's a difficult thing to understand.
Were you asked any questions on cross-examination about any of these 14 patients?
No.
Were you asked about the effects of any of these doses on the 14 patients?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, do you recall being asked about a hypothetical that involved a person being brain dead and organ donation, and you referenced the records, that you didn't see anything in the records about someone being brain dead or organ?
Yes,
Okay.
I didn't read anything anywhere that said that anyone said that any of the patients were brain dead.
Now, I'd like to show you Joint Exhibit 2, page 22. Do you see that this is the name?
Objection. Outside the scope. I didn't ask any questions about the medical records.
Sustained.
I just prefaced this issue and this record based on the hypothetical that she was asking, that he referenced medical records.
Your Honor, can we take it off the screen?
I sustained it. You can ask another question, you can rephrase it, but in the format it was, I sustained. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Now, you were asked a hypothetical about someone being brain dead and possible organ donation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you, in fact, did not recall anyone as it relates to any one of these 14 patients
That's an
being
answer,
brain
Your
dead.
Honor.
I'm laying the foundation.
Finish your question.
You did not see any of these 14 patients, anything in the records about them being brain dead, correct?
I didn't see anything anywhere that said that any of the patients were brain dead.
I'll permit it.
Now, do you recall I'd like to publish this, Judge, based on the answers of the witness.
Objection,
Did you
Your
show
Honor.
it to her?
Yes, okay. May I approach?
You may. Why, did you show it to her?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and you're
I'm not
objecting?
It's the same medical records you just sustained the objection to. It's beyond the scope.
I don't know what he has, so,
It's the medical record of Brian Hayes, Judge.
okay, then no, you can't show that. It's not, it's outside the scope. You alluded to that earlier in your exam.
She asked a specific question about, in a hypothetical form. I want to just show the actual record of that hypothetical.
Okay, well, no.
Okay. Hypothetically, sir, if there was one of the 14 patients that they were waiting to see, if doctors were waiting to see whether someone was brain dead, and it was actually documented that they were breathing over the vent, would that
Objection, Your Honor.
Finish your question.
would that hypothetically mean that they are not brain dead?
I'm objecting as to what's actually documented. That's not
Okay,
Hypothetical.
overruled.
If a person is breathing spontaneously, they are not over the ventilator, they are not brain dead.
And hypothetically, if one of these patients' families wanted to be an organ donor, but the fact that they were not brain dead, would that still allow them to qualify to be an organ donor?
If a person has to be dead to be an organ donor, so a person that is breathing spontaneously is not dead and therefore cannot be an organ donor.
Okay. Can a personal injury lawyer declare someone brain dead?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are they also a doctor?
Outside the scope, sustained.
Okay. When you give talks to families, you can control what you say, correct?
I can.
And can you be as thorough as...
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
I didn't finish the question.
Well, it's transitional, so go ahead.
Can you be as thorough as you feel you need to be?
I've been doing this for a long time, and so yes, I feel like I can communicate, generally. It's not perfect. Sometimes you do everything and you still, can't make the connection.
Can you control whether a family understands you or hears you correctly?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'll permit it.
I can't, I try to ask questions back to people. Like I might say, tell me back in your words what you think I heard. So I'm trying to kind of, in a conversation, determine, what people are saying, or what they're hearing. But certainly on occasion, I felt that I'd been very clear, and it turns out later on that people had it, heard it differently.
Now, you mentioned that in your hospital, it takes 2 physicians to declare someone brain dead, correct?
Yes, I believe that's statutory, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Are you,
let's clean it up then
Sure.
because of his answer.
Yeah.
so let's,
That's a
I'll
rule
switch.
in my hospital.
That's the rule in your hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if that's a common rule?
I think it's common in other jurisdictions.
And were you shown during cross-examination any policy at Mount Carmel as to how many
Objection.
doctors?
Sustained,
Were you asked?
Objection.
sustained.
Are you aware of the policy at Mount Carmel as to whether it
Objection.
requires?
Beyond the scope.
When,
I said sustain.
during during end-of-life care talks with families, if there are nurses present and you make a misstatement,
Objection, beyond scope.
I'm waiting for the rest of it.
this is part of,
No, well,
if you give a talk and there's a nurse present and you make a false statement to the family, would you expect that nurse to speak up?
Objection.
sustained.
In your training and experience, have nurses who were there at the bedside with you ever supplemented your talk?
Objection.
I'll permit that one.
Yes,
And do you find it their duty to supplement any of your talks?
yes,
Now, you were asked about CCA and different code statuses. Are there different code statuses for different hospitals?
yes,
Do they call it different things?
yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with how Mount Carmel labels their different code statuses?
Objection, beyond scope.
Can you read back the question?
I asked him if he was familiar with Mount Carmel. Their
Sustained.
policy. Okay. In reviewing the records of Mount Carmel, of the 14 patients in this case, did that help you in determining what their exact code, the way they label their codes?
I mean, I think that in this case, what was clear is that in every circumstance, the way that it was documented.
Objection, non-responsive.
I think he's responding.
I think he's responsive. Let's go.
Go ahead.
In every case, the way the conversation was documented was that a conversation took place, the family agreed, and the plan was, the pursuit of a palliative extubation. That was in every case. And that's what was documented. So in no case did anyone, in any of these cases that I read, that anyone said, let's keep going. I didn't read that.
Objection, non-responsive.
I'll let him finish. Go ahead.
I didn't read that in any case.
Okay. Now, one last thing, going back to the Floyd case. You took a deposition in that case as well, correct?
I gave a deposition.
Yes. Did you give a prior sworn statement, not at the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And in there, do you recall actually making the distinction with palliative care versus the questions you were being asked?
I mean, I'd have to look again to see what I wrote.
May I approach the witness?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, while he's looking at that, we're going a little long. Anybody got anything that's pressing? I hope he's done soon.
I'm going to wrap up real quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hang in there then?
I see that.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection that you in fact made a distinction?
Objection. Meeting.
Finish the question.
Does that refresh your recollection that you in fact made a distinction between the execution scenario and palliative care?
Yes.
It's leading by permitted.
Now, the articles you were showing. And what was that distinction, sir?
The distinction between palliative care and execution?
Yes.
Well, I mean, there's no comparison. So I think in one situation, a person is being put to death because of a legal decision. In the other case, a person is being allowed to die naturally as a consequence of their coexisting illness, and they're being supplied with medication to try to ease the pain of dying.
Do you recall being shown a series of articles by the prosecutor on cross-examination?
Well, I was shown several different articles.
Okay. And were those articles having to do with executions?
Which article? I'm sorry. I don't think.
Sure. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 68.
Well, this is, of course, called execution in Nevada to use powerful opioid fentanyl, so that's certainly, that's
Sustained.
execution.
Yeah, objection, I didn't show all of these articles too, just for.
Well, I'm just showing them the one you showed him. The article that was in CNN, that was in relation to execution, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, I don't believe this article was shown either.
Sustained.
Okay.
I think there were just 3 of them.
Is that the Gorsuch?
Let me
Okay,
re-ask
relax for a
another
second,
question.
please.
I'm about to wrap up. Okay, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 60, State's Exhibit 63. Oh, those two. May I approach?
May.
Okay, yes.
Were they in reference to euthanasia?
They were in reference to euthanasia, yes.
What is euthanasia?
So euthanasia is the intentional killing of a person where the killing is done in as painless a way as possible. Ideally, completely painless is what it's intended to be.
And during cross-examination, did you testify that you are against euthanasia?
Yes,
Do you stand by that you were against a doctor intentionally killing someone?
I do.
And knowing that and having reviewed all the records in this case, you still chose to testify in this case pro bono?
I did.
I have no further questions.
Anything on the euthanasia?
Yes, Your Honor, but I need my exhibits back to find the one that I want. Rest, Your Honor.
You rest? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, go home. Have a great evening. 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll see you then.
All rise.
Doctor, you may step down.
I'm sorry?
I told the doctor he'd step down.
Okay.
Do you all want to have the next conversation in the back?
About what, Judge?
I don't think we need to.
Okay, I'm making a suggestion. Do you really want me to mention this now? Or do we
we'll
want
go
to
in the
talk
back.
about it in back?
We'll go in the back.
Okay.
Oh, you gave me a different one though, too. That's what I was looking for, even though it looks like one. That's what I was thinking.
I already took that.
Oh, okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, guys. so we got a 7 and a 7:30 p.m.